Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University of Arkansas. Those ladies have failed a couple of grades, but it's okay. We're gonna let them play. We're delighted to have you here today for the 68th annual University of Arkansas Summer Music Camp. Absolutely honored at your presence. On the stage before you is our Chamber String Orchestra. They've really had a great week. We've had so much fun with them. I've enjoyed their rehearsals immensely, and they have gotten, I can't even describe the improvement from Sunday night until right now. They've had a tremendous conductor this week, Jesse Colette. Jesse teaches in the Bentonville school system, and he also is a faculty member here at the University of Arkansas, so it's a pleasure to have him here as a colleague and a friend. They'll be performing for you this morning the Premier Symphony of Mark Taylor, two movements, Bravata Sonata and Smaller Mahler. Second piece is Yes, I Can by Jacques Offenbach and arranged by Elliot Del Borgo. Then Heart in the Highlands by Stephen Chin, and they'll close their portion of the concert with Western Dawn by Alan Lee Silva. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chamber String Orchestra and Maestro Jesse Colette.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Henderson, and I'm one of the head counselors at the Summer Music Camp. On behalf of the other head counselor, Laura Jean Merrick, and all of the counselors back at the dorm, we want to say how wonderful your kids have been to take care of this week. They seem to have had a great time and are probably looking for some sleep in their own beds, because I know I am. Summer Music Camp has a process that allows us to find leaders among the campers and then bring them back next year on a half-tuition scholarship as a captain, where they will help us over at the dorms. We have 3 captains from this ensemble, so students, if I call your name, please stand and remain standing. Eli Donahue from Lincoln Junior High. Milo O'Brien from DeWitt Waller Middle School. And Alexa Smith from Washington Junior High. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Jesse Collette. Nice to see you here today. Don't these kids sound amazing? I've had a fantastic time interacting with these kids. I am a high school director, and so teaching this age group is special. They're so eager to learn, so eager to please not just their stand partners and their colleagues, but their teachers, especially their section coaches. And I want to particularly thank all the section coaches. Would you stand, please, and be recognized by these parents? Would you give them a hand, please? Those teachers spent their time away when the students were away from the rehearsal, working with them in small groups, and they would come back having this music learned, and I really can't thank them enough for their dedication to these students. So we're going to be closing the concert with these last 2 pieces, and I hope that your student decides to come back next year because we'd love to have them back. This camp is a wonderful camp. My 2 girls are here, and they're having a fantastic time. So great to see everyone. And have a wonderful rest of the summer. And kids, it's been a fantastic time. And I hope you have a great start to your school year. And I hope orchestra is everything you want it to be. All right, thank you.
Who says you can't stop a conductor right before a downbeat? It's a long tradition here at Summer Music Camp that we choose an outstanding musician from every ensemble. Now, obviously, when we ask our faculty to start on Sunday night at the very first rehearsals, pick the best, pick the finest, pick the cream, pick the ones that stand out for all the criteria that you would suspect. It's an impossible job with this kind of talent and this kind of skill level that you see on the stage. Narrowing it down to one is next to impossible, but we've asked that of our faculty, and Maestro Colette has made a decision, and he will announce this winner here in a moment. And I want to tell you that whoever he announces will receive a half tuition scholarship to next summer's music camp. So Jesse?
So this person doesn't speak much, and I think a lot of those times those students don't get recognized as often as they do. But this person really exhibited amazing musicianship, so polite, so honest, would ask amazing questions, and it was inspiring to me that I know that these orchestra programs have a bright future. And that student is Eli Donahue.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about the Chamber String Orchestra? Let's give them a rousing ovation, shall we? Marvelous work, Chamber String Orchestra. Now, parents, guardians, I know you want to know what we're going to do with your children next. If you want to get them back, listen. If you're leaving them with us, I cannot speak to anything that's going to happen. So we're going to take them off stage left. We're going to take them downstairs. That's where their cases are. They're going to case up, and then we're going to bring them back up to you in the lobby here of the Faulkner Performing Arts Center. And you're probably saying, Professor Warren, what shall I do with all that time I'll have on my hands waiting on my child? Well, I've got an idea. RBAA Films is making, as you can see, 5 camera worth of high-definition video of the entire day, not just of this orchestra, but of every ensemble that will play. Here's the good news. They have a table set up in the lobby. All you've got to do is go, sign up, give them money. They love your money, and we do too, because every time you order a digital download that will come to you via email in just a short period of time, every dollar you spend with them today comes straight back to Summer Music Camp, and we really appreciate their phenomenal generosity. So show your support for those guys and these guys. Thank you very much. We'll be right back with the Philharmonic String Orchestra. Thank you. Appreciate you, Chamber Orchestra. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University of Arkansas and our 68th annual Summer Music Camp. We're delighted you're here, and I want you to know that we have had a magnificent time with the students you see on stage. These are the Philharmonic String Orchestra musicians, and the rehearsals have been inspiring and fun as we watch this group develop all week long. The repertoire today will be the Vanguard Overture, Richard Steffan, Gavotte from Holberg Suite Number 40, Edvard Grieg, arranged by Jeff Bailey. The Carnival of the Animals, Camille Saint-Saëns, arranged by Richard Bell. They'll be doing movement 1, The Elephant, and movement 2, Fossils. Then the Arkansas Traveler. Traditional means we don't know who wrote it, and we don't know who to pay the royalties to. So if you want to claim a family member, we'll get started on that. That's arranged by Craig Duncan, and then they'll close their portion of the concert today with Triangle Dance from Geometric Dance's Richard Meyer. Scott Jackson has been our conductor this week. Scott teaches in Stillwater, Oklahoma. He is a magnificent musician and educator, and please help me welcome Scott Jackson and the Philharmonic String Orchestra.
So other than the first work, which has a bit of a groovy quality, the rest of these movements are in the spirit of, or expressly in the form of, a dance, orchestral expression of the dance. That was more of a peasant sort of dance, the gavotte, not the proper sort, the rougher types of things. These next two dances are expressions of dance in the form of a musical joke, in a way. We take it seriously, of course, but you're about to hear the elephant, the part of the elephant dancing lightly and gingerly and gracefully, played by the basses and the cellos. The most graceful of all the string instruments. And then the fossils, which is a dance of skeletons and a kind of silly little dance you can imagine. Two movements from Camille Saint-Saëns, The Carnival of the Animals. Elephant, then fossils.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Henderson, and I'm one of the head counselors at the summer music camp. On behalf of the other head counselor, Laura Jean Merrick, and all of the counselors back at the dorm, we want to say how wonderful your kids were this week and how much we enjoyed taking care of them. They seem to have had a great time, but are probably looking forward to some sleep in their own beds, because I know I am. Summer Music Camp has a process that allows us to find leaders among the campers and then bring them back next year on a half-tuition scholarship as a captain, where they will help us down at the dorms. We have one captain from this ensemble, so when I call your name, please stand. Sarah Park from Stillwater Junior High. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a long-standing tradition at summer music camp that on Sunday night or Sunday morning, when we have our 8 a.m. faculty and staff meeting, we tell the entire faculty, start looking tonight for the best, the brightest, the most talented, the hardest working, the best citizen, etc. Everything that we think of when we think of the most outstanding musician in every ensemble. Now, that's a charge that's really quite impossible, as you can imagine, when you have this kind of talent and this kind of intellect on the stage. But we've got the faculty together. We've boiled it down, and that name has been given to Mr. Jackson. And I'm going to ask Scott to come out and make the presentation of the outstanding musician. And I want everybody here to know, and that person to know, that whoever's name is called will receive a half tuition scholarship to next summer's music camp. Scott?
First, it must be said that when you talk about outstanding musician, you have to take that word at its extreme maximum, because the outstanding work that I have seen from every student on this stage this week at one time or another has truly, it inspires me. It is one of the great things about camp to come work with not just students, but we're colleagues up here on stage. We are doing this work together to bring a wonderful presentation, and this orchestra has shown outstanding qualities all over the place this week. That said, through various means, leadership, great playing obviously in audition, and then just continual effort in the orchestra towards the right things, and outside the orchestra, you know, great questions, great enthusiasm, and just a real heart for music. I mean, this describes so many of them, but above all of them, I am going to distinguish violist Naveen Nelson as the outstanding musician this week. We might have been stretching it a little bit with the last one, calling it a square dance, but the Arkansas Traveler, we had a little bit of fiddle. Now, our final dance movement is dance movement in the form of dad joke, because it is the triangle dance, distinguished by both the fact that my pattern will sometimes be in a triangle shape and an obvious addition that you will not miss as the piece goes on. It has been a great joy to perform this music for you, our audience. These students, I mean it, they are something special. I told them at the beginning of the week what a sound, and we were gonna have a great show. And I'm on a high. I gotta calm down right now. This is going so well. Bravo, guys, and here's the triangle dance.
How about the Philharmonic String Orchestra, ladies and gentlemen? Weren't they magnificent? And I'm glad to see you already gave them a standing ovation. Let's give them another one. How about it? Outstanding job, ladies and gentlemen. Bravo. Parents, you want to know how you're going to get your kid back. I got that. We're going to take them off stage left. We're going to take them downstairs. They're going to case up. Then we're going to bring them back to the lobby of the Faulkner Performing Arts Center. And you're saying, well, what am I going to do in the meantime? Well, I've got a recommendation. RBAA Films has a table out in the lobby. They would love for you to give them money so that they can sell you a high-quality, 5-camera, high-def digital download of not only this performance, which you're going to want to keep in your memory book forever, but all the concerts today. The good news is, for every dollar you spend, it comes directly back to Summer Music Camp, and we want to thank them for their generosity. So please, spend generously. Spend for all the holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, Thomas Jefferson's birthday, all of them. We need the money. Philharmonic, we're going to go off stage left, and we'll be right back with the Symphony Orchestra. Thank you. the concert mistress. I want to make that perfectly clear. That's up to Elise. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the University of Arkansas and to the 68th Annual Summer Music Camp. We are delighted that you're here. We've had a fantastic week with these great young men and women on stage. This is our Symphony Orchestra, the highest scoring players on each of their instruments, and they have been a joy to listen to and a joy to see how much improvement can be made in just a few days' time. They're going to knock your socks off. Here's what they're going to knock your socks off with. They're going to perform the Russian Sailor's Dance, Renro Gillier, arranged by Merle Isaac, the Enigma Variations, the ninth movement entitled Nimrod by Sir Edgar Elgar, the Carmen Suite No. 1, the fifth movement, Les Toreadors by Georges Bizet, and they will close with highlights from Wicked, Stephen Schwartz arranged Ted Ricketts. Please help me welcome the Symphony Orchestra and Maestro Dan Larson, who is completing his 40th year at Summer Music Camp.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Henderson, and I'm one of the head counselors here at the Summer Music Camp. On behalf of the other head counselor, Laura Jean Merrick, and all of our counselors back at the dorm, we want to say how wonderful your kids were this week and how great it was to take care of them. They seem to have had a great time, but are probably looking forward to some sleep in their own beds. I know I am. Summer Music Camp has a process that allows us to find leaders among the campers and then bring them back next year on a half-tuition scholarship as a captain where they will help us over at the dorms. We have 5 captains from the string section of this ensemble. Winds and percussion will be announced during the honor band concert. Students, if your name is called, please stand and remain standing. Sarah Bolton from Rogers High School. Elise Boynton from Norman North High School. Eliza Counts from Conway High School. Emerson Little from Bentonville High School. And Pfeiffer Slaveski from Bentonville West High School. Thank you very much.
They're pretty good, aren't they? Let's hear it again, shall we? Just outstanding music making. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a long-standing tradition here at Summer Music Camp that when we have our very first meetings on Sunday morning, we ask our faculty to keep their eye out for the best everything. Not only best musician, best player, best audition, best citizen, best leader. I mean, the list goes on with that criteria, as you understand. And a few years ago, the camp faculty just said, look, picking one out of the Symphony Orchestra, you can't do it. It's just not possible. It's just too many. Every student on this stage is outstanding in every way. So they voted to split it so that we would have a string winner that came from the string section, and then another winner from the woodwind, brass, and percussion section. They also voted to name the award for woodwind, brass, percussion after Robert M. Bright, the longtime summer music camp director here, and nobody did camp better than Robert M. Bright. And I'm going to let somebody tell you about him before the award is presented that knows him better than anybody. And you heard me tell you that Dan just won his 4-decade Legacy Award this morning at our breakfast meeting. The only other person to ever do that is the guy behind me, Chow Ragsdale. And at the end of today, he will finish his 51st year as teaching the summer music camp. So we're really proud of him. So welcome Chow Ragsdale and Dan Larson to make these presentations.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't think I'd make 50 years, but I did, so happy about that. 68 years, summer music camp, so quite a history, and I guess I'm the unofficial historian for summer music camp and also for the music department. The first 15 years, camp was actually started by Richard Doc Worthington, who was the director of the Razorback Band, the University Band program. And when he came to the university in 1970, Mr. Bright, who was a trumpet teacher for 30 years, took over summer music camp and grew it from about 100 students to what you see today. In 1975, we had 4 junior high bands, 2 senior high bands, and 1 orchestra. And Mr. Bright is really the architect of our program. We still use the same schedule. And really the architect of the philosophy of the program. The reason it has grown is that it is dedicated to the students. They come first. And it also we insist at our camp on a close connection with public school music. And so we're dedicated to their mission, and we want to do everything we can to support your wonderful public school music teachers. In fact, let's give a hand to our wonderful public school music teachers. But it's also dedicated to you parents who go to the trouble to make sure that the students make it here, who give them up for a week, although maybe that's the good part of it, I don't know. Are willing to have your washing machine abused next week when they get home. And if they're a little bit sleepy, you might want to bear with them for a couple of days. They've worked hard. But we do want to be such a part of your lives and the lives of those public school music teachers and the lives of these wonderful students. Mr. Bright, of course, was here for 30 years. He was my mentor in so many things. He taught me how to be a camp director. He taught me how to be a private teacher, and we miss him. And we wish he was here today as well. Let's move on with this. I could go all day. The award says University of Arkansas Summer Music Camp Robert M. Bright Award for Musical Excellence. And I wish it were written bigger because his dedication to that was so strong. We have an outstanding wind and percussion musician. We have an outstanding string musician. And to make the award carries with it this beautiful plaque, but also a full tuition scholarship to next summer's summer music camp. So, and we're going to make those awards, we're going to have your conductor come up and do that. Dan?
The outstanding wind percussionist for this year is Israel Moraida Noriega. Flute player. And the outstanding string musician is Elise Byton, concertmaster from Norman North. Back in the middle 80s, I got a phone call from a guy who said he was Robert Bright. And he says, Dan, I have a string opening in the University of Arkansas Summer Music Camp. And Steve Workman, who was the band director at the school I was at the time, said that you'd be a good candidate for that. So you're coming, right? And 40 years later, here I am, and appreciative to the phone call that I got. This is a highlight for me, especially now I'm retired from full-time teaching. This is a real thrill to come in the summertime and get to spend a week with kids again, because that was the fun part of teaching when I was at it, was the daily time with students, getting to see them grow from one piece to the next, from 1 month to the next, from 1 year to the next. A lot of fun. And I want to thank a few people. I'd be remiss if I didn't. One is the stage crews. You saw them working. Well, they've set this stage up for me every day. You know how much of a load that takes off of you to know that your place is going to be set up for you when you get there. And they have to do 6 organizations over the course of each day. So I appreciate them. All the people who did sectionals, private lessons, those where the nitty-gritty work really happens. They get down and they work on notes and rhythms and things like that I don't have to do, because I see my role at camp as trying to find a way to have them take notes on a page and turn it into music, and make the music come alive. If that doesn't happen, I don't feel like I've done my job. Anyway, it's a lot of fun dealing with them. I got to thank you parents for allowing your child to come here this week. I promise you, safety is the #1 concern, and it's even more above making music, is to keep your child safe while they're here. And I promise you, the counseling staff works hard from the very beginning to make that happen. And then these students, I always have to say a big thanks. They made my day every day this week with their constant hard work and dedication to their craft. And I thank them an awful lot, and hope that they come back. But this year, in the 40 years I've been here, this is the largest symphony orchestra that's ever been at this camp. Yeah. We told them last year to come back if you haven't graduated, and bring a friend. If they do that again, we're going to 4 orchestras next year, because this stage is full, especially that side of the room. Anyway, it's been a lot of fun working with them. Again, thank you so much for coming and to the concert, for allowing your child to be here. And now we'll finish with each of the pieces that we did. I had a reason for doing. The very first piece, the Glier Russian Sailor's Dance. Glier is recognized by most as the finest composer to ever come out of Ukraine. And with the things that are going on in Ukraine these days, I thought they deserved a little bit of recognition for a composer who came out of there, and it was a fun piece to play. The second piece, I always want to do something slow. Such a beautiful piece. And my wife loves it, and I did it for her. But the title of it is, of course, Enigma Variations, and Elgar is most probably known for his Pomp and Circumstance, which you hear every spring and sometimes in December for graduation. It's probably the most well-known piece that people would know him for, but his Enigma Variations is probably his shining moment in his composing, and where he has a theme, then he has 14 variations. Well, we did the 9th variation, The title was Nimrod, and it was named after the movement was named after his friend Jaeger, which in German means hunter, and Elgar, being a devout Catholic, took the ninth verse of the 10th chapter of Genesis, where it talks about Nimrod being the mighty hunter. And so it's sort of a pseudonym for Jaeger, his friend. He entitled the movement Nimrod. And then Toreadors, I just did for fun. And the last piece we did, there's always a theme for camp. This year's theme was neon. And when Mr. Warren told me neon, I thought, what am I going to do with neon? And then I thought green. And if you see their T-shirts later on, you'll see it's kind of neonish. Anyway, I thought green, and then all of a sudden it hit me, Wicked. And so here we are with highlights from Wicked to finish the concert this afternoon, or this morning.
Fantastic job, Symphony Orchestra. What do you think? Don't we need to give them another standing ovation? I think they deserve it. Wonderful performance. Thank you so much. You can go ahead and have a seat for a moment. We want to thank Maestro Larson and Chris Shearer for the fantastic work they've done with these students this week. Now, parents, you want to know one thing. How do I get my kid back? Maybe not, but at least we're going to assume so. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to take the Symphony Orchestra off stage left. We're going to take them downstairs. That's where their cases are. They'll case up, and then they'll come back up, and they'll meet you in the lobby right here of the Faulkner Performing Arts Center. Now, you're saying to yourself, that's a lot of time. What am I going to do? Well, recommendation. Out in the lobby is a table entitled RBAA Films. As you can see, all the cameras, we have 5 cameras going for every performance today. And they've been shooting every concert in high-def, incredible quality video. Now, here's the good news. They will sell you a digital download at that table. And multiple digital downloads. All your friends, all your family, you're never going to want to forget this experience. So load up, spend generously, because every dollar you spend out there comes right back to Summer Music Camp. 100% of the proceeds come back to support this camp. So we thank them for their generosity and for your amazing spending today. We appreciate you. It's Amazon. That's all you got to remember, all right? Great job, Symphony Orchestra, off stage left, and we'll be back with the concert band. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University of Arkansas and our 68th Annual Summer Music Camp. We're delighted you're here. We have had the best time with these young men and women on stage. They have really done a remarkable job this week. I wish we could play you the sounds of the first rehearsal on Sunday evening, and then you compare it with what you're getting ready to hear. It would be quite the 180-degree contrast. This week, we have had Professor Chris Church from Missouri State University is the conductor of this ensemble. He's been assisted by Ben Wheeler from here in Fayetteville as his percussion specialist, and they've worked up a very fun program for us. We're going to start today with the Star Spangled Banner. It is not arranged by Jack Strand. It is arranged by Jack Stamp. Sorry, Jack, for that mistake, but we're going to correct it. Second, they're going to play the American Patrol of F.W. Meacham, arranged by Ed Huckabee. Third will be Urban Dances. That's by Eric Morales, and they'll close with Privacy Castle by Robert Sheldon. Would you please welcome the concert band and Maestro Chris Church.
have a lot of stuff to set up here. This is called a little stall time. I've been blessed to be able to go around and do a lot of honor bands and camps and that sort of thing in my career. And I've always tried to make sure that I put one piece of music in there that I'm going to term is almost unreachable, just to push whatever level group they happen to be. And I think these students will agree with me that in under 9 hours, this has really stretched some of them. It's a very challenging piece. There are some weird places and there are some normal places, and we'll just leave it at that. But hopefully you will enjoy urban dances, but this has definitely taken, some extra work on their part. And as I said, all three bands you're going to hear here this later today, we're talking under 9 or 10 hours, a few sectionals during the week, but these kids have definitely jumped in, grabbed the bull by the horns, and we've been working pretty hard, and hopefully that will come across to you all. So without any further ado, here is Urban Dances.
Before we do that, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Henderson, and I'm one of the head counselors at the summer music camp. On behalf of the other head counselor, Laura Jean Merrick, and all of the counselors back at the dorm, we want to say how wonderful your kids have been this week and how much we've enjoyed taking care of them. They seem to have had a great time, but are probably looking forward to some sleep in their own beds, because I know I am. Summer Music Camp has a process that allows us to find leaders among the campers and then bring them back next year on a half-tuition scholarship as a captain, where they will help us over at the dorms. We have 3 captains from this ensemble, so students, if I say your name, please stand and remain standing. Silas Grissett from Pryor High School. Melody Martinez from Putnam City West High School. And Alana Slocum from Owasso High School. Now back to him.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, concert band. We have a long-standing tradition at Summer Music Camp, and that's the very first meeting at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. We say to the faculty, we want you to find the very best musician, citizen, leader, et cetera, in every ensemble, so that at the end of the camp concerts, we can present one student with the Outstanding Musician Award for their ensemble. Now, you can tell that's not something we can do. I mean, that's an impossible directive. But they're all outstanding, they're all great citizens, they're all wonderful leaders, but we have to figure out a way to let some of those folks rise to the top. So the faculty's gotten together, they have reported to Maestro Church their feelings, and now he has had to come up with the final decision. So whoever he announces as the recipient of this award will receive a half-tuition scholarship to next summer's music camp. So Chris, if you'll come and present the Outstanding Musician of the Concert Band, please.
Silas Grissett, would you come here, please? Keep telling yourself
how about a standing ovation for the concert band? Weren't they tremendous? Thank you, concert band. Thank you for your work, concert band. That was outstanding. Now, parents, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do so you'll know where to collect your child or children in a few minutes. I'm sorry? But we'll keep him. I mean, you know, we can work out a deal. We're fairly inexpensive. We're going to take them off stage left. I like that, by the way. Take them off stage left. We're going to take them downstairs. That's where their cases are. They'll case up, and then they'll come around and back up to the lobby of the Performing Arts Center. Now, they're going to start moving off now, but I want to tell you something, parents and guardians. Even if you don't want them back, you're going to want to go to the lobby, and you're going to want to go to the table that says RBAA Films. And the reason for that is they've been making these high-def, 5-camera, unbelievable videos, not only of this ensemble, but of all the ensembles today. And they are absolutely willing and ready to take your money so that they can send you a digital download link to have this forever. What a great memory. And everybody else, you're going to want to buy them for all of your family, all your relatives, big holidays, etc. Every dollar that comes back to us, you spend it, they give it back to us 100% for Summer Music Camp. So thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much, concert band. We'll be right back with the Symphonic Band. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University of Arkansas and the 68th Annual Summer Music Camp. We are delighted to see such a full house here for this concert this afternoon. And I want to tell you, we have had a tremendous week with these marvelous young men and women on stage. They represent the Symphonic Band, and they have made dramatic improvement since Sunday evening until tonight. And we're so proud of them and just have been so happy to have them on campus with us this week. They've been conducted by Professor Chase Jones from right here at the University of Arkansas, and the percussion coordinator is Nick Soderquist, also a graduate student and GA here at the university. The program will include High Intensity by Chandler Wilson, Sueños de Circo by Danielle Fisher, Phoenix Rekindled by Grace Bauer Dunlap, and they'll close their concert with Illumination by David Meslenka. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the Symphonic Band and Maestro Chase Jones.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Henderson, and I'm one of the head counselors at the Summer Music Camp. On behalf of the other head counselor, Laura Jean Merrick, and all of the counselors back at the dorm, we want to say how wonderful your kids were this week and how much we enjoyed taking care of them. They seem to have had a great time and are probably looking forward to some sleep in their own beds. I know I am. Summer Music Camp has a process that allows us to find leaders among the campers and then bring them back next year on a half-tuition scholarship as a captain where they will help us down at the dorms. We have several captains from this ensemble, so students, if I call your name, please stand and remain standing and hold your applause until the very end. Sienna Bajent from Pryor High School. Lauren Luttrell from Eufaula High School. Jonas Mayer from Eufaula High School. Salem Miller from Owasso High School. Molly Statz from Berryville High School. Miley Winter from Pryor High School, and Jackson Wolf from Fayetteville High School. Let's give these ladies and gentlemen a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Symphonic Band. That was beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a long-standing tradition at Summer Music Camp where we take this opportunity to present some awards and some scholarships. And the first one is the Challen and Dell Ragsdale Award for Leadership. And Chow, who is behind me, I hope, yeah, somewhere, he and his sweet wife decided, because he was camp director for a long time, that they wanted to endow a scholarship that would not only talk about a musicianship of a student, but also their leadership and their citizenship. And so it has made enough money now. It's the 10th year that we've awarded them. Now that we can give a full scholarship junior high week and a full scholarship senior high week. So I'm going to ask Professor Ragsdale to come out and make that presentation. Chow?
Thank you, Mr. Warren. It's an honor for my wife, Dell, and myself to continue to have a presence in this camp. It's important to us, and this will be ongoing. We did endow a scholarship for a captain. Those captain awards are sort of an unfunded expense of the camp. I know that from my experience with the camp, and so anything that we can do to get those funded then reduces the cost of the camp to the students. So we're happy to be involved in that, and this will be something, now that it's endowed, it'll go on as long as there's a camp. I don't know if it'll go on 50,000 years, but it'll go on a while, so it's good, or as long as there's the University of Arkansas. And again, one thing that we really were happy about is the last word on this is made by the counselors. So it is a combination of students who've risen through to be selected as captain, but then one of the important things about music is the impact that it has on the personality and the character of the musician. And so for that award to be, that part of it to be given extra special attention is important to Dell and me. So this year's recipient, who will get a full tuition scholarship to next year's senior music camp, is a clarinetist from Fayetteville High School, Jackson Wolf.
Congratulations, Jackson. Don't spend all that money in one place next summer now. Oh yeah, wait, we want you to. Also, a long-standing tradition is to award the outstanding musician from every ensemble. So at our very opening faculty meeting on Sunday morning, we tell, okay, put your eyes out there, get your ears out there, get your spidey senses going. We have to select the best. And all the criteria that you would expect, musicianship, citizenry, leadership, etc. Curiosity is a big one, by the way. And the faculty's gotten together. They've given their votes, if you will, to Maestro Jones, and then he is the final selector as the conductor of this group. So I'm going to ask Chase to come forward and present the award, knowing that this recipient will receive a half tuition scholarship to next summer's music camp. Chase?
So the Outstanding Musician Award for the Symphonic Band, tough decision, but had to make one. It goes to percussionist Milo Moore from Decatur High School.
Spectacular job, Symphonic Band. Bravo. Did y'all like that? Huh? Were they great? Let's do it again. Give it to them. Symphonic Band. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give you some instruction about how to get your children back. And somebody in the last band did not want theirs back, so we'll work out a deal. They're going to go off stage left. They're going to go downstairs. That's where their cases are. They're going to case up, and then we're going to lead them up and around to the front lobby here at the Faulkner Performing Arts Center. Parents, guardians, you're saying, what am I going to do while that's going on? Well, here's what you can do. There's a table out there in the front lobby called RBAA Films. They're willing to take your money. And they're going to take your money because they've been making these incredible high-definition videos with 5 cameras today. Not only will you get this ensemble, but all the ensembles that have performed today. And that memory has got to last you a lifetime, doesn't it? The good news is every dollar you spend with them comes back 100% to Summer Music Camp. So we thank them for their generosity, and we thank you for your overspending this afternoon. Have a safe trip home, and we're going to be right back with the Honor Band. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the University of Arkansas and our 68th Annual Summer Music Camp. It is just so awesome to see so many folks here in the audience for this final concert. On stage before you is the honor band. These young men and women had the highest scoring auditions from their respective instruments. So they are at the top of the camp food chain, as we like to say, and they have had an unbelievable week. They have just been exemplary in every way. Parents, give yourselves a raise, please. Now, Dr. Chris Knighton has been conducting the group. Carson Van Duke has been the percussion specialist. However, Carson has been incarcerated, and so he's not here right now. I'm teasing about that. I like to tease Carson. And Chris Shearer, who's on the faculty here at the university, has taken over for him today, and you'll meet these folks here in just a moment. The program that they're going to perform for you this afternoon is Melodious Thunk by David Biedenbender, Calosidos by Carol Britton Chambers, Adoration by Florence Price, and they will close with the Carnegie Anthem by Willie Owens. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the honor band and maestro Chris Knighton.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. Thank you for coming back to campus, or welcome if you're here for the first time, and welcome to everybody who's watching on the live stream. We're really glad that you're here today, and so appreciative of your support of this camp, and especially of these students and their involvement in music. So many things that we do in band are extracurricular, but music itself is a vital part of the curriculum and a vital part of education, and I applaud you for encouraging students to be involved in this, and thank you for supporting them. We finished our first piece, Melodious Thunk, and now we'll play a piece called Kalos Eidos by Carol Britton Chambers. Chambers was a band director that lives in San Antonio, and she's now composing full-time. This piece, Kalos Eidos, is a play on the word kaleidoscope. She wanted to write something for these musicians, but also something that maybe a piece that they could dig into and learn a little bit about composition. So one of the things that's presented at the very beginning is a few very basic rhythms and melodic motives, and then she turns those around. Sometimes they start playing them backwards, sometimes they're upside down, sometimes they're combined in different ways, sometimes they're stretched out or shortened. So it really is a musical kaleidoscope. She's presenting these certain ideas and then transforming them. It goes into a slow section in the middle that's also another kaleidoscope version, if you can imagine looking through a kaleidoscope and shifting it a little bit and seeing something new. And then at the end, all those things come back at the same time. This is Kalos Eidos by Carol Britton Chambers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Henderson, and I'm one of the head counselors at the Summer Music Camp. On behalf of the other head counselor, Laura Jean Merrick, and all of the counselors back at the dorm, we want to say how wonderful your kids were this week and how much we enjoy taking care of them. They seem to have had a great time, but are probably looking forward to some sleep in their own beds. And if you've been here all day, you know I am. Summer Music Camp has a process that allows us to find leaders among the campers and then bring them back next year on a half-tuition scholarship as a captain, where they will help us over at the dorms. We have 17 captains from this ensemble, so please, we ask that you hold your applause until all names have been called. Students, if I call your name, please stand and remain standing. Hannah Arnett from Collinsville High School. Jason Barnes from Owasso High School. Cooper Ellington from Fayetteville High School. Aaron Fair from Owasso High School. Easton Finter from Plano East Senior High. Roland Johnson from Owasso High School. Emily Knapp from Stillwater High School. Elisa Martinez from Stillwater Junior High. Liam McKinnon from Owasso High School. Kennedy Roberts from Eufaula High School. Ava Scheller from Rogers Heritage High School. Jackson Sibilis from Owasso High School. Cameron Susick from Owasso Public Schools. Prosper Star Oberski from Fayetteville High School. Rylan Thompson from Central High School. Cole Williams from Owasso High School. And Isaiah Yanulis from Owasso High School. Let's give them all a big hand. Thank you very much.
You guys were awesome, but you can sit. You've been working hard. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a long-standing tradition at Summer Music Camp that we ask our faculty, the very first thing is to keep your eye out for the best. We want to recognize the most outstanding students here at camp in each ensemble. And years ago, our camp director, Robert M. Bright, established these awards. And then after he retired and passed the torch to Chow Ragsdale, who's behind me, the camp faculty voted that we should name the Outstanding Musician Award from the Honor Band in Mr. Bright's name. So this is the Robert M. Bright Outstanding Musician Award for the Honor Band. It can go to a woodwind, brass, or percussion player. This award, whoever name is called in a moment, will receive a full tuition scholarship to next summer's music camp. So here to tell you about the Robert M. Bright Scholarship is Chow Ragsdale, Director of Summer Music Camp Emeritus.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. I'm, guess, the camp historian, and we have not had very many camp directors here. We had, for 15 years, we had Doc Worthington, who started the camp in 1956, and then Robert Bright took over for him. Mr. Bright had it for 30 years, and I followed Mr. Bright and had it for 15, and now Mr. Warren has had it for 10. So I guess once you get the job, you kind of like to hang on to it. Mr. Bright is definitely the architect of the camp now. He oversaw the tremendous growth of the camp, and he did it partly through organizing and being able to put things together in a certain way. But it mainly was a dedication to three things. Number one, that the students come first, and the students always get the benefit of the doubt. Number two, a dedication to public school music teachers and public school music programs, and being sure our camp would be seen as a place where public school music teachers would want to hang their hat and want to hitch their wagon. And number three, to parents who go to the trouble to make the funding available for the students and get the lessons and buy the instruments and do all those things. So I'd like to give a big hand to parents and public school teachers. Let's do that. We did feel like Mr. Bright was somebody who needed to be remembered. So when the motion was made to name the Outstanding Musician Award the Robert M. Bright Award for Musical Excellence, it got seconded by about 10 people and overwhelmingly voted in. So it's a thing we were all enthusiastic about. And here to make that award is your conductor, Dr. Chris Knighton.
Thank you. All outstanding musicians in this group. It's a very difficult decision, but the Outstanding Musician Award for the Honor Band goes to Emily Knapp from Stillwater, Oklahoma.
So what'd you think about the honor band, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go another standing ovation. Yeah. Thank you, Honor Band. That was a brilliant performance. You can have a seat for a moment while I tell your parents and family members what's going to happen. We're going to take the students off stage left. We're going to take them downstairs. That's where their cases are. They'll case up, and then we'll lead them back up around to the lobby of the Performing Arts Center. And students, you can go ahead and start heading that direction. Parents, if you want to pick them up, You'll meet them in the lobby, and what you're going to do out there, I think you're going to want to do this, is you're going to want to go to the RBAA table and spend a lot of money because they've been making high-def 5-camera digital videos, and you can buy digital downloads from them today. And every dollar you spend will be sent straight back to summer music camp. So it's a great investment. We thank them for their generosity. Thanks for being here. Thanks for trusting us with your children. Safe travels home, and we'll see you next summer in 2026. Bye-bye.